how it's done, Robert.
Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges,
Excused.
Buckner, Senator
Excused.
Buckner,
Excused.
Coleman, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Senator Exum,
Excused.
Fields, Senator Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Senator Gonzalez,
Excused. What is it, like you had a late committee last night or something?
Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Senator Liston,
Hey,
I know. I was thinking about getting an X-Acto knife and cutting one of them out, but I figured then it would just leave a big hole. Yeah. Oh, you never know. I probably unlock it. Yeah, I'll probably unlock it around.
Senator Liston,
excused.
Lundin, Marchman,
Darts at it. It's a dartboard.
Senator Marchman,
Excused.
Michelson Janae, Malika,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Senator Priola,
Absent.
Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan,
Today, hearing on 4.
Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zunzinger, Senator Bridges, thank you. Senator Buckner, thank you. Senator Fields, Senator Liston,
I was here till 2:40 last night. I've got 300 people testifying on 212 today, so we'll be here till 2:40 tonight. What is that? Transportation.
Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 29 ayes, 1 absent, 5 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Pelton, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
Approval of the journal. Oh, right. Right. Would the clerk please mark Senator Mullica as absent instead of excused? I had a change of heart.
I can do it.
And will the clerk please add Senator Exum to the roll? Mr. Majority Leader,
Journal.
would you please approve the journal?
Anyway, I move that the Senate Journal of April 23rd, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary. Whose job is that?
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
No.
Opposed, no? Yes. The ayes clearly have it. Motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 24th, 2024, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 32, 47, 48, 59, 90, 110, 117, 146, 149, 162, 168, 182, 200, and 202, and Senate Memorial 3. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 41, 186, 191, 195, 201, and 203. Correctly revised House Bills 1057, 1079, 1121, 1147, 1233, 1253, 1269, 1328, and 1332. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1107, 1232, 1362, 1374, and 1383.
Committee reports.
April 23rd, 2024, Committee on Finance. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1111 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1231 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1235 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 207 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 208 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Local Government and Housing. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1294 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1152 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 3037 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Would the clerk please mark Senator Gonzalez as present, and that would be about it. Senator Mullica, would you please explain where you've been? No explanation for your tardiness?
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. Traffic was bad today.
You should have taken the train. Please mark Senator Mullica as present. Members, this is a very special day because Senator Priola has decided to join us at work today. Please mark Senator Priola as present. We don't need to know about that. Members, this is a very special day because two of the three most important women in my life are celebrating today as their birthday. That is, of course, Cindy Markwell, who's turning 40 today. And my mother. It's her birthday, yeah. Harriet Fenberg. Harriet it's her birthday as well, so happy birthday, Mom. Committee reports. Yeah, the third one doesn't have
Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1324 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1228 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1321 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Did you get everything worked out with? Huh? What?
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1253 by Representatives English and Holtorf and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the regulation of respiratory therapy and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1269 by Representatives Morrow and Frizzell and Senators Colker and Peldon B concerning recording fees and in connection therewith modifying fees collected by county clerk and recorders, delaying the Electronic Recording Technology Board's repeal and sunset review and making an appropriation. House Bill 1328 by Representatives English and Clifford and Senator Rich concerning the continuation of the regulation of money transmitters and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1332 by Representatives Young and Sirota and Senators Buckner and Michelson-Janay concerning continuing the rulemaking authority of the Executive Director of the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 110 by Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Amable and Sirota concerning prohibiting prior authorization for antipsychotic prescription drugs used to treat a mental health condition and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1253, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332, and Senate Bill 110.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1332.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332, and Senate Bill 110.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332, and Senate Bill 110. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332. Thank you.
Senator Will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded a no vote, please, on House Bill 1332 and Senate Bill 110.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332 and Senate Bill 110. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be a no vote on House Bill 1332.
Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1332. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused. House Bill 1253 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused. House Bill 1269 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1328 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 27 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1332 is passed. Co-sponsors.
32?
Senators Gonzalez, Exum, Coleman, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Winter, Hanson. Please add the president. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 110 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Colker, Janal, Gonzalez,
Look at that.
Priola,
Don't say
Roberts, Will, Buckner,
Yeah.
Will the clerk please add Senator Marchman to the roll? Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 182?
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Gonzalez and Bridges and Representative Hernandez concerning the requirements to issue an identification document under the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 24-182 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson.
You gonna move or do you want me to?
With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 182 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Exum, Marchman, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Fields, Cutter,
I don't think it's great.
Winter, Coleman,
It's your vote.
I took so much.
Michelson Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 90?
Senate Bill 90 by Senators Will and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Evans concerning possession of identifying information while driving and in connection therewith requiring a driver to provide identifying information to a peace officer upon request.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 90 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill and working on it. I didn't have an opportunity to speak on seconds, and I did want to express my support and talk to you briefly about the policy and legislative choices that have been made in this bill. The need for the bill arises out of our changing the failure to hand over your driver's license to when you're stopped from a misdemeanor to a petty offense in Senate Bill 271, which was not a bad policy choice, except that it turns out that there are those who refuse to show their driver's license because their driver's license would identify them as someone who has a warrant out for their arrest, or they are in some other category like that. Before 271, the ability of the officer who has detained the driver would be that it's a misdemeanor to not show your driver's license, and if they couldn't sort of verify the identity, they couldn't get the information from the person that's there, they could then arrest them on a misdemeanor charge. Now, I think we all, everyone here and most of our constituents would say, well, the reason I wouldn't have my driver's license is because I ran out and left my wallet on the table, I took my kids to the swimming pool, I ran my kids to school and left my purse on the table, and I was just 3 or 4 blocks out. And that was the impetus for this changing from a misdemeanor to a petty offense, because people leave their license. Now, when that person gets stopped, the practice of law enforcement really has been to ask that individual who says, officer, I left it on the table. And it's like, well, who are you? Where do you live? And guess what? I know this will come as a shock to you given all the bills on privacy and information and databases that we've had. If you tell the officer who you are and what your address is and a little more information, they're able to establish who you are very quickly and send you on your way and say, don't forget it next time. But threading the needle a little bit with this bill was difficult because the sponsors needed to deal with both the innocent, what I will call the innocent case, and the bad actor case, because there are a category of people who say, I don't have my license, officer, and maybe they do, maybe they don't. What's your name? Give a false name, don't give a name at all, and drive away because the officer does not legally have the ability to arrest. This bill fixes that in a very good way by really making it an offense to not, if you don't have your license, then you have a duty and obligation to provide information to identify yourself. Now, you don't have to do that when you get stopped on the street and you're minding your own business, but when you get on the roads behind the wheel of a car, we require you to display a license. And we're going to, if you don't have it with you, we're going to require you to give enough information so the officer can verify that you're licensed to drive. And by the way, while you're at it, check your warrant status and so forth. So thank you to the sponsors. I didn't want to belabor it, but I guess I did. It was a difficult needle to thread, and you've done so. And I would hope that everyone will vote aye on this bill for public safety, for the good of our communities, and so I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, all Senate Bill 90 says is that when you get pulled over for a traffic infraction, you just simply have to tell the cop who you are, whether that is with your license, whether that's providing your name and date of birth, whether you have some other kind of identifying document like a Colorado Digital ID. Just says when you get pulled over, you got to tell them who you are. And I think the previous bill that we passed, Senate Bill 182, addresses a live challenge for a community here in our state. And it is my hope that both of these bills make it across the finish line. Ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 90. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 90 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Rich, Priola, Kolker, Henriksen, will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Coleman, and Representatives Bacon and Joseph, concerning ways to address equity, diversity, and inclusion disparities in Colorado's child welfare system.
Senator Michelson, Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-200 on third reading and final passage.
Which one? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 200. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Will, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, with a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 200 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Kolker, Janal, Gonzalez, Fields, Priola, Zenzinger, Marchman, Winter, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Buckner, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 202?
Senate Bill 202 by Senator Fields and Representative Joseph, concerning a parent's financial obligation to cover costs of a child in out-of-home placement.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I move Senate Bill 202 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 202. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, with a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 202 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Gonzalez, Coleman, Exum, Marchman, Cutter, Priola, Buckner, Michelson, Janay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 32?
Senate Bill 32 by Senators Priola, Winter, and Jaquez Lewis, and Representatives Behill and Joseph, concerning methods to increase the use of transit.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 32.
Senator Priola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill came out of the TLRC, has had a lot of stakeholding and a lot of iterations, but in the end, it will improve air quality and improve traffic flow for the Front Range in the state of Colorado. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. Freedom!
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 32. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 32 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Michelson Janae, Hanson, Cutter, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 47?
Senate Bill 47 by Senators Jaquez Lewis and Priola and Representatives Young and Epps concerning the prevention of substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 47 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 47. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts, with a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 47 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Cutter, Michelson Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 48?
Senate Bill 48 by Senator Priola and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Lynch concerning recovery from substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move Senate Bill 48 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? See none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 48. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Sullivan. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 48 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Michelson Janae, Roberts, Gonzalez, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Fields, Exum, will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 59?
Senate Bill 59 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Michelson Janay and Representatives Duran and Pugliese concerning establishing a children's behavioral health statewide system of care and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 59 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 59. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Smallwood. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 59 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Gardner, Cutter, Colker, Janal, Exum, Mullica, Zenzinger, Fields, Gonzalez, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 117?
Senate Bill 117 by Senators Cutter and Winter and Representative Degree Kennedy concerning protections for individuals with an eating disorder and connection therewith, requiring an eating disorder treatment and recovery facility to hold an appropriate designation and requiring the Behavioral Health Administration to regulate the use of involuntary feeding tubes.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 117 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 117. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 117 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janay. I think you're already on there, Cutter. Buckner, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis.
No, this is 117.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Fields. Marchman. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Colker and Hansen and Representative Garcia concerning the creation of an income tax credit to provide temporary tax relief for income-qualified renters of a primary residence in the state and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-146 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 146. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 146 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Marchman, Fields, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janay, Cutter, Priola, Buckner, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Roberts, Exum, Gonzalez, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 149?
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Henriksen and Representative Brown concerning workers' compensation insurance for state employees.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 149 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. So I have some concerns regarding Senate Bill 149. I apologize that I was busy working on an Inferno when this bill came up for second reading and wasn't able to express my thoughts there. But this is a pretty esoteric topic. I'm going to give everybody that. Like, this isn't pleasure reading, I don't think, for the weekends when everybody has spare time. Be like, hey, let's talk about workers' comp for the employees of the state of Colorado, right? This isn't exactly a thrill, I know, for most folks. But here's my opinion in reading Senate Bill 149. My opinion in reading Senate Bill 149 is that it is implied that the state, going through its due diligence in providing workers' compensation for all of its employees, is now going to be discouraged from considering a self-insured plan. In fact, I believe the introduced bill straight up said you can't have a self-insured plan. If I'm trying to, this bill's gone through a few iterations here, and I, would happy to have the bill sponsors chime in because they've probably been following this thing through the process a lot closer than I have. But if you read the bill summary, which I don't believe is accurate any longer as it relates to the engrossed bill, it says the bill removes the state's ability to elect self-insurance as a means of maintaining the state employee workers' compensation account. That's what it did. That's what the introduced bill did. So if you're going to vote for this, I would encourage you to ask yourself the question, why? Why are we eliminating self-insurance as an option? Meaning, if the state, through its process of procuring policies like workers' compensation, did their due diligence, realized that you can benefit state employees to the greatest extent and pay out as little in premium as you can in order to do so, provide great benefits to the workers, do so at the lowest cost, and it happens to be a self-insured policy, why in the world would we introduce Senate Bill 149, removing the state's ability to do that? Has anybody heard the good argument as to why we want to do that? I mean, my understanding is the state is self-insured. And you got to remember, the state, even though we're the state of Colorado, you think, oh, all the employees are here in Colorado. No, not true. We've got remote workers all over the place. And I am not, for the record, an expert in workers' compensation. I'll be the first to put that out there. But my limited knowledge of insurance, if I remember correctly, tells me that Pinnacle, as a carrier, with all of the benefits that we as a state have given Pinnacle, and there are plenty, one thing we don't let them do is cover out-of-state workers, right? Because then they'd be no longer the carrier of last resort. They'd be competing against all the other insurance carriers across the country. And so if we're going to give Pinnacle the advantages that we give Pinnacle, it comes with some strings, and maybe rightfully so. So now when I look at the engrossed version, so we've gone from, what, a 6-page bill to a 5-page bill. I see a lot of changes. And I mean, kudos to the proponents, to the bill sponsors for, I'm assuming, listening to stakeholders or pushback from the state. But what I still read in the engrossed version is pursuant to, so I'm on page 3, line 1, and this is the sentence that I think we should pay attention to. Pursuant to the legislative intent to explore the availability of insurance policies as declared, so on and so on. So as I see this, yes vote on Senate Bill 149 says, we agree with the legislative intent, which is certainly implying that a self-insured program is detrimental to the workers of the state of Colorado and to the taxpayers of the state of Colorado. I don't think I agree with that. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm foolish or naive or both, but I think we have a process within the state for shopping for these policies. I mean, we've like hired people in the executive branch whose job it is to go out and investigate these kinds of plans. And remember, this is benefiting the workers of Colorado. That's the only reason to have workers' compensation. You don't provide workers' compensation because you love spending money on insurance premiums. I mean, we do, right? I mean, but we put it out there because if a state employee gets hurt on the job, we want to make sure that worker is taken care of. Claims are paid, they're paid timely, you're not putting workers through a bunch of fiery hoops to get their what's owed to them. And you would hope that the employees at the executive branch are also doing a good job fiscally. They're not paying extra money for no reason. And if there's a better deal to be had out there, and if that can come from a self-insured plan, I want to know why in the legislative intent that we're apparently going to vote yes for, why we don't like that. Again, I was in and out of the room, and so I'll mea culpa all day long about not maybe hearing all of the arguments as to why we want a bill like this. But I wasn't out of the building. I think I would have heard if somebody came to the well saying, we need this. We need to start discouraging the state of Colorado from looking into a self-insured plan. So now what we're going to do is, I think, no longer tell the state you just can't do this, but we're going to tell them that, and now I'm on line 3, if the state elects to self-insure workers' compensation claims, now we're going to start the machine going. Now we're going to throw all this legislative sand in the executive branch gears to say, we're not going to tell you shame on you for doing this, but basically shame on you for doing this. Meaning if you didn't elect a self-insured plan, the nod and a wink here is good job. Good job. Oh, but you didn't do that. So now here comes all the legislative sand in the gears. Now, if the state elects to self-insure workers' compensation claims, the Department of Personnel shall, so we've got some shalls in here, this isn't optional, shall send or cause to be sent a request for interest to Pinnacle Assurance. Okay? So, shame on you, state of Colorado, you elected a self-insured plan. So now we're going to reach out to the carrier of last resort in the state of Colorado, Pinnacle, who, again, I'm not an expert, but I don't believe they can cover the state of Colorado with all of our out-of-state employees. We're gonna send them a note saying, hey, Pinnacle Assurance, even though we didn't pick you, give us a bunch of information. So we're not only going to send that to Pinnacle Assurance, they are specifically highlighted in the bill, but we're going to send that request for interest out to at least 5 other insurance companies that provide workers' compensation insurance in Colorado.
Senator Small, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
I would.
Terrific.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, procedurally.
Yeah.
So if I go into my second 10 minutes, but let's say I use hypothetically 1 minute of those, and then I hear something that answers my questions, do I have a remaining 9 minutes left to ask further questions? Or because I started my second 10 minutes, am I then prohibited from speaking on this?
You're now at 9 minutes and 32 seconds. And you only have 2 bites at the apple on thirds. You could do 1 minute each, 5 minutes each, 4 minutes on the first one, 6 minutes on the next one.
Yeah.
10 minutes on each. And yes, while I've been talking, your time has been ticking. So they're small.
Mr. President, I appreciate that because actually I was misinformed about that earlier this week and thought that I understood the rules, and so thank you for confirming that. So I would like to take a pause then, reserve my second 10 minutes in the event that any interested parties are able to explain why we're going down this path in the first place.
It's an interesting interpretation of the clarification I provided, but we'll see what happens. Senator Henriksen, or anybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to respond to the comments of the good senator from Parker. This bill has gone through significant changes for the reasons that he stated. What this bill does now, and I worked really hard to get it to this place, and I'm proud of the place it's at, is brings about better transparency of our workman's comp system. That's one part of it. There's another part of this bill that's really, really crucial, which it ends the practice that has been highly overused of creating as a condition of settlement the requirement that a state employee in a workman's comp settlement no longer be able to work for the state again, any division thereof. I'll give you one example from my district where this has happened and been really very problematic. Individual came to me, had formerly been an employee at the San Carlos Correctional Facility, was injured on the job in a altercation with an inmate. The injuries are such that he can no longer serve as a correctional officer. And so as a condition of the settlement, he was barred from continuing to work for the state. And he thought that meant for corrections, which he no longer is physically capable of doing. He doesn't meet the physical capability requirements because of the extent of his injuries. What he didn't realize was months later when he applied to work at the state lottery, at the warehouse for the state lottery as a warehouse employee, went all the way through the hiring process, was initially offered the job before, during the final checks, they realized that he had this settlement that precluded him from working for the state anymore and denied him that position. He didn't realize that that was a condition of that settlement. In Pueblo County, the state is 14% of the workforce, so this injury on the job precludes this person now from not only working in corrections in a position that he no longer physically is capable of fulfilling anymore, but it also precludes him from 14% of the labor market in our home anymore. That's not right. So that's the first thing that I want to level set. That's the first thing that this bill does and is really critical. The other piece is that we have an incredible lack of transparency around what our self-insurance program is costing. And it is widely expected that it may be cheaper with a better service to go with an outside insurer. And this bill as introduced did just that. That was, in retrospect, premature, and so we changed it. What this now requires is a more accurate accounting and transparency around what our state self-insurance program is costing us. And it requires us to seek outside quotes. Now, the state has done some outside quotes in the last few years. There's been some questions and concerns about how that has been done. We have never received a quote back. Part of that is because the state has been seeking quotes from insurers that probably don't have the capacity to insure the state, given the size of our workforce and given the capacity constraints of those companies that don't deal with customers nearly as large as the state of Colorado. So I would argue that it's been, in a way, maybe by design to not have that quote intentionally. And so what we're trying to do is to ensure that the state does seek out quotes that are reasonable for the sake of that they're reasonable to provide a quote back. That's reasonable that the insurer that we're asking would be able to insure the state for our workman's comp claims. And that's why Pinnacle is named, because Pinnacle is the insurer of last resort. So what this bill does now is it protects workers who are injured on the job and their ability to continue to work for the state in a capacity that they're able to fulfill later on. Number one, very important. Number two is it requires transparency so that we can understand what our self-insurance program at the state level is actually costing us. And three, it requires us to have a realistic snapshot of what our alternatives are. Because if we can procure better services at a cheaper cost and save the state money, boy, I would like to do that. And that may not be possible. My assumptions and my inklings that we'll be able to see that could be wrong. I'd like to see that too. But for anybody who has gone through this budget process that we have just gone through and has had to fiddle around at the margins of being able to make their bill work, being able to say, "God, I wish we could provide just that much more funding for a critical state program that funds the needs of disadvantaged youth in our communities," whatever the priority may be. Boy, I'd like to know, when we're talking about potentially millions of dollars of difference, what exactly our self-insurance program is costing, what the alternatives are, and what those alternatives would cost us so that we can make informed decisions as a state going forward. And for those reasons, I ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 149.
Senator Smallwood, we did start your second 10 minutes. But because it was, I suppose, procedural in nature, I won't count it towards your second 10 minutes.
Thank you.
But just consider this a warning.
Well, I appreciate your generosity, Mr. President, as always. So I hope everybody's paying attention there. And I appreciate the answer, and I always appreciate the answers from the senator from Pueblo, because he doesn't engage in subterfuge as far as I can tell. I mean, that was an authentic answer. And I'm not stupid enough to put words into the senator's mouth, but what I heard was, we don't trust the department. Now, I've been in a situation before where I didn't trust the department. And what I've done, and this is just me, I'm not saying it's the right way or the way everybody should do it. What I've done is I've reached out to the department and I've demanded an answer. Or I've written a letter to the department. I've demanded an answer. Or, like many of you in this room, we've gone to the Legislative Audit Committee and said, hey, we feel that there might not be good work being done in one of our state's departments or divisions. Therefore, we request a performance audit, financial audit, one or the other, both. I mean, that's what I've done. I suppose another route is to say, hey, department, I'm so ticked off with what you're doing that I'm just going to write a bill. I'm just going to pass a law. And what that law is going to say, if you've read this now re-engrossed bill, is you have two choices. Department of Personnel, you have two choices. You can either do things my way, which is get a fully insured plan, not a self-insured plan. And if you do that, great. You don't have to worry about Senate Bill 149. You do things my way, and it's smooth sailing for you. But if you don't do things my way, if you go through and with what we've clearly wagged our finger at and said, you've gone with a self-insured plan, now here we go. Here's what you're going to do. Shame on you, state, for not paying attention to the Colorado State Senate. Now, you're going to, we demand, it's a shall, you're now going to send a request for proposal out to 5 other insurance companies plus Pinnacle. Okay? You're going to get them all spun up, make them do a bunch of work, respond to a request for proposal. And by the way, you're not going to do this once. You're going to do this, I'll find the date, at least once every 3 years thereafter. The department shall send the request, I'm on line 9. The department shall send the request for interest in accordance with this section in 2026 and at least once every 3 years thereafter. So shame on you, you didn't do what we want, so now we're going to make you do all this work, not only in 2026, but every 3 years after. And we're going to tell you exactly how that's going to be done. We, as the Colorado General Assembly, have now become experts in the insurance request for proposal business, and we are going to say, well, you need to give us an estimate of the total cost to the state to purchase the workers' compensation insurance, the company's ability to provide the workers' compensation insurance that would cover all state employees, a detailed description of the workers' comp coverage that the company would provide. For each request for interest obtained, the department shall prepare, submit a report to the General Assembly no later than December 10th of each year. And here's what that report is going to specify. We've got 2 pages of stuff that this is going to specify. And remember, colleagues, what should draw your ire a little bit is the implied, I don't want to be crass and say like middle finger or anything like that to the state. I just can't think of a better term, right? To say, if you did it our way, you wouldn't have to do any of this. But because you didn't do it our way, because you did what you were hired to do and what you better be doing, otherwise the Office of the State Auditor will do a financial audit or a performance audit and tell you how you should be doing your job. But we as the General Assembly might have a different opinion of OSA. You're going to do things our way, otherwise you get Senate Bill 149. Colleagues, I think this is a misguided attempt to rectify what a handful of people think is wrong in one state department. If you don't think the State Department or a division is doing their job, I would encourage you to talk to the Office of the State Auditor, to sit down with the Executive Director and get your concerns outlined. To put this ultimatum out there in our statute books that says that you don't have a choice anymore to do your job the way you were hired to do your job. You're going to do your job my way, and if you do, smooth sailing, and if you don't, you've got the full wrath, the full fury of Senate Bill 149 to make it clear to you that you've done poorly in the eyes of the Colorado legislature. I think this is a bad way to do government. I think this sets a horrible precedent and would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 149.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So colleagues, Yesterday on seconds, we added an amendment that codifies process that DPA is most able to use to do this accounting. We adopted DPA's request so that they could do this in the manner that is most feasible for them, in a manner that they already have the infrastructure built in to be able to do this, to be able to provide that transparency that we're asking for of what our current system is actually costing us. So we worked with the department to do it their way. And then the other part, the quote part, what we're intentionally trying to do is to ensure that the quotes that we seek as a state are realistically likely to produce a bid from somebody who could realistically insure the state, so that we do have a comparison. Because if we continue to seek quotes from those that we know are not capable of insuring the state, we're not getting that information. We're not getting the alternative, and we don't see the full picture. So again, what is important is that A, we protect workers and their ability after they're injured on the job to continue to work for the state in another capacity where they're fully capable of doing. That is a principle that I think we should all agree to. Two, that we should have transparency of what our workman's comp self-insurance system is costing us. And three, that we see what the alternative methods for insuring the state would cost in a realistic manner so that we can make informed policy decisions. That's where this bill is at. That is where I am at. It is not an effort, for me at least, it's not an effort to take away the state's ability to self-insure. It is an effort to ensure that we have transparency and that we know what our options are so that we can make informed policy decisions going forward. Again, I renew my ask for an aye vote, Senate Bill 149.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I stand here in support of Senate Bill 149. I appreciate my colleague's testimony from the gated community of Parker. Is it that? You know, I know he doesn't do work. He doesn't do the work in this space. Well, I have done this for a while. Interestingly, as he probably didn't point out, that this insurance product is not regulated under the Division of Insurance. It's mostly regulated under a subsection of the Department of Labor. It's a mandated state-implemented plan. The board is appointed by the governor. I don't have a problem with people getting self-insured. It's generally your large, out-of-state, larger companies with multi-state problems that have to do this because each state regulates differently. And Pinnacle being an insurer of last resort just means that they can't be declined or go into an assigned risk pool where their rates go up, generally for the higher risk classes like construction. But to say that Pinnacle couldn't do out-of-state coverage, that's not entirely true. They can do it. They just have to get coverage through another carrier that has licenses in other states. You know, remote workers are a new thing, and I do sympathize with the problems that they're having and have had discussions with them about it. But, you know, at the end of the day, it makes you wonder how much money, and realizing that work comp is probably one of the most profitable lines of insurance that's sold right now. And if you don't believe me with Pinnacle, go to an event and see if they're not a sponsor or a member of every chamber across the state of Colorado. So just want to put into perspective, this is a regulated company that is regulated by the state. And as my colleague that does insurance outside of worker comp knows, that we're insurer of last resorts, and rates and premiums go down by the number of people insured and the revenue. You know, not having the state that mandates coverage and regulates a insurance quasi-governmental entity, not a private business, who doesn't pay taxes, by the way, doesn't have to insure the people that they're mandated to cover with the state of Colorado. So I think this is a very valuable discussion. Maybe there are other ways, but until we know how much difference it is to self-insure and not, and a lot of companies don't have the privilege of that, I think this bill is a first step in the right direction, and I ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 149. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Smallwood, Michelson Janae, the minority leader. That was a close one. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 149 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sullivan, Exum, Colker, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 162?
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Marchman and Winter and Representatives Bacon and Harrod concerning best practices for responding to discriminatory conduct in schools and in connection therewith, developing training consistent with the best practices and making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? See none. The motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 162. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Simpson, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 162 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Colker, Bridges, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Buckner, Fields, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 168?
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives McCluskey and Martinez concerning remote monitoring services for Medicaid members and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 168 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 168. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 168 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Van Winkle, Will, Liston, Bridges, Zenzinger, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Fields, Cutter, Priola, Michelson Janae, Buckner,
This is historic. We do this. Thank you for your work.
Mullica,
You have a lot of
Kirkmeyer,
bills. The timing is always.
Minority Leader Lundin. Oh, Gardner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1121?
House Bill 1121 by Representatives Titone and Woodrow and Senators Bridges and Hinrichsen concerning a requirement that a manufacturer of digital electronic equipment facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's digital electronic equipment.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1121 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1121. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Marchman. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1121 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1057?
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Woodrow and Mabry and Senators Gonzalez and Henriksen concerning prohibiting the use of an algorithmic device by a landlord for the purpose of determining the amount of rent to charge a residential tenant in connection therewith, declaring that such use is an unfair or deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1057 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Did you say, do you mind?
Because I wasn't in well.
Can I say yes?
Yeah.
Senator Smallwood.
No, I said, do you mind? That's what I said. Yeah.
Huh?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, again, I want to thank, as I did on second reading, the sponsor for working with me on the amendments that were accepted onto this bill. House Bill 1057 is a very, very different bill than how it came over from the House. And for those who either weren't listening to the debates or haven't really studied the today's bill, the one that you're voting on, the one that's before you, although it may surprise some folks, I'm a yes on House Bill 1057, and I want to explain why. First of all is I feel that in working with the bill sponsors that we adequately removed the civil liability portion for the landlords, which was the concerns that I raised primarily on second reading. But this is, to me, this is not a bill about one piece of software within one industry. And I spoke briefly about this on second reading. This is something that I think the body is going to have to deal with in the future across a lot of industries. And we will all get to ask ourselves the question, if we feel like collusion or later steps, price fixing, shouldn't be illegal, if we feel it should be prohibited, if we feel it leads to anti-competitive behavior, then I think the next logical question is, let's take something like collusion across price setters. I think you have to ask yourself the question, do you feel that it's okay, no matter what industry you're talking about? Forget all about rental properties and landlords and all that. Just think of any industry you want to think of where a group of folks are responsible for setting the price of something. Okay. Cars, new homes, installation of swimming pools for the good senator from Denver, in his gated community, since he's not here to defend himself. If pool companies or auto dealers or any industry you can think of, if the folks responsible for setting the prices all got together in a room and closed the door, and they all shared their information about geographic locations, how much supplies cost, where demand was the highest, seasonality, how much they were paying their workers. And they all just looked at each other and said, well, I don't know, how much would you charge to install this pool? How much would you charge? How much would you charge? Well, let's all charge that, basically. I think there'd be a lot of outrage in this room, especially if it was for a product that you were buying. If they all got together and talked about pricing, like in my industry, that gets you tossed out of my industry. We can't do that. When we get together in peer groups and that kind of stuff, we'll have to sign these forms saying we will not talk about these. We won't even bring it up. And we record the meetings and make sure nobody's violating those. You can't have these kind of conversations when you've got a big group of price setters. So then, and maybe you agree with that, maybe you don't. Maybe you're a complete laissez-faire type of person. You went to that school of economics and you're like, you know, bring back Standard Oil, bring back Bell Telephone, right? Maybe you believe that, okay? I don't believe that. If you are, then do email for the next 3 minutes while I'm talking about this. But for those of you who are like, no, collusion across price setters is something that we should not allow, then I think the next logical question is, to you, does it make a difference if those price setters are all in the same room together with the door closed, or that they're taking that exact same information, and again, in this bill, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. They're taking that exact same information, uploading them to a website that they all have access to, and are in effect able to glean the exact same data, the exact same information, and not to be redundant with the nod and the wink, but hey, here's the information, what are you going to do with it? That's concerning to me. And I think if we permit websites to act as just a buffer and say, oh no, it's not a room where we close the door and have these conversations. No, we're arm's length. We're just uploading that information to a website, and whatever happens, happens. I think we're kidding ourselves, quite honestly. I'm not sure that we are being honest with ourselves. So, for those reasons, first is that this bill took on significant changes that I think make the bill a lot better. Second, conceptually, I don't believe that price setters in any industry are able or should be able to get together and discuss all of the kinds of things that I'm not allowed to discuss in my industry, and I know many of you aren't allowed to discuss in your industries either. I'm not the only one. And so for those reasons, I'd encourage an aye vote on House Bill 1057. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the good senator for Parker. I agree with a lot of what the good senator said, and I just want to take this moment to lay a marker, because I don't think this is the only time we're going to deal with this. This policy, its current form, I think moves the needle. It inches it in the right direction. There's still a long ways to go. This is something that I expect this is a specific policy area that I intend to continue working on in the future. We're going to hear about it more, but more than that, colleagues, I think this is an issue and a space that this body is going to be discussing 10 years, 20 years from now, when none of us are in this chamber anymore. It is the future of what this work is going to look like. It is the intersection of age-old problems of anti-competitive efforts to diminish the free market in a way that harms consumers in the market with new and continuously emerging technologies. It is the intersection of what we do with our incredible technological advancement and the wonders of this age that we're living in, where we see so much good and progress coming from our new abilities within the technological space. And we also see threats brought on by this technological space. And how do we, as policymakers, thread that needle where we can capitalize on all the good, on all the ways that technology can bring equilibrium and advance the cause of opportunity for so many without being used to abuse and diminish the capabilities of those with less means. That is what we're dealing with. It will not be solved today. It will not be solved next year. It will not be solved 10 years from now. So I just want to lay this marker down. It has been a privilege and continues to be a privilege to work on this bill and this policy. It's something that I'm going to continue to work on in my time here. And I think it is at the heart of a question that legislatures throughout the country are going to wrestle with as we seek to understand this new age of technology that we live in. I renew my request for an aye vote on House Bill 1057.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation to the good senator, the excellent senator from Pueblo, for his nuanced understanding of, math, economics, and the law in this area. And I want to extend that gratitude to the good senator from Parker for his comments here at the well during our second reading debate, and then here again this morning. Because I think the point that he raises, that both the senators from Parker and Pueblo raise, are this important one, that it shouldn't matter whether collusion is happening in a, smoke-filled back room, or whether it's happening on the nice shiny veneer of an algorithm. Collusion's collusion. And at the end of the day, we should work to eradicate it from our state. It's why it's an honor and a joy to be on this bill and to recognize that there is much, much more to do in this policy space. And so thank you all for your attention to this policy. I ask for an aye vote on 1057.
Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1057. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Roberts, Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1057 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Exum, Winter, Fields, Cutter, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1233?
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Wilson and Snyder and Senators Roberts and Gardner concerning modifications to certain procedural requirements with which a unit owners association must comply when seeking payment of delinquent amounts owed by a unit owner.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1233 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1233. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Baisley, with a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused. House Bill 1233 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1147?
He loves this one. House Bill 1147 by Representatives Joseph and Tatone and Senators Hansen and Buckner, concerning the use of a deepfake in a communication related to a candidate for elective office and in connection therewith requiring disclosure, providing for enforcement, and creating a private cause of action for candidates.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1147 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1147. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Smallwood, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1147 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Exum, Priola, Fields, Winter, Cutter, Michelson, Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1079?
House Bill 1079 by Representatives Amabile and English and Senator Fields, concerning persons detained in jail who are held on an emergency commitment and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 1079 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1079. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1079 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cutter, Michelson, Janae. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Marchman will take the chair.
We're only doing 11.
Wow. The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1230, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 193, and House Bill 1319 until tomorrow, April the 25th.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1230, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 193, and House Bill 425 will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1149?
Do you want to start?
No, you go ahead. You want me to move in? Then
Whatever you want to do.
Correction, we are going to be laying over House Bill 1319. Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 130, and House Bill 1230. Mr. Hubler, when you're ready, will you please read the title to House Bill 1149?
You go ahead and move it and start, and then I'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying get with it. Like you need to go. Are you planning on saying a lot, or want me to keep it kind of brief? Like how brief do you want me to be? This brief? Like
Yeah,
a couple sentences or what?
Yeah, a couple sentences. I mean,
Okay.
I guess most people are still here, so maybe people are listening. So it's people listening and sitting here reading. Small's getting ready.
Yeah, I know. Is this the only bill we're doing on second?
We have one other one.
Oh.
What's your bill? Just a sunset.
Oh. Not that banking sunset one, is it?
No. That still has to go through committee.
Have you been getting like hundreds of emails?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I feel like I clear out like 500 a day.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, they sent out some
Yeah.
big action alert.
Yeah. It's the computer system. It and our printing. It's all screwed up here. Yeah. I mean, poor Mr. Hubler. He's stuck with this, and it looks like it's him, and it's not.
I'm not here to talk on the bill, I'm here to talk to Cindy, but I'm just waiting for me to.
I was thinking I like the green. Thanks. That's a good color for you. Yeah.
House Bill 1230 by Representatives Parenti and Bacon and Senators Winter and Cutter concerning protections for property owners with respect to improvements to real property.
Thank you, Mr. Hubler. Would you mind reading the title to House Bill 1149?
House Bill 1149 by Representatives Byrd and Frizzell and Sirota and Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer concerning modifications to requirements for prior authorization of benefits under health benefit plans and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 24-1149. And members, just want to talk a little bit about this bill. I know you're all listening intently. House Bill 1149 will reduce the bureaucratic and burdensome delays that come between patients and providers and prevent people from accessing the care they need. It will improve transparency to prevent confusion and waste. It will prevent disruptions in approved care. The bill ensures that there's a continuity of care by extending prior authorization approvals to last up to a year or course of treatment. It protects patients from denials for approved care that during surgery requires additional or different medically necessary care. Members, this is an important bill. It means that our constituents will be able to get the care that they need in a timely manner. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my co-prime sponsor, the good senator from Weld County, for her work on this. Colleagues, this is about some very reasonable but needed reforms to prior authorization in healthcare. This is something that you all, or at least folks in your family, have probably experienced, and many of our constituents have experienced, and they are asking for some very reasonable modifications to help them get the care that they need, the prescription drugs that they need, without jumping through a lot of unnecessary hoops that add time, cost, and lead to worse health outcomes. So I want to thank all the folks that have put in a ton of work on this bill. Some really reasonable amendments happened in the House, and we've gotten this bill to a good place that will really help our constituents cut costs and improve health outcomes across the state. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come down and voice my support of House Bill 1149. I have certainly experienced this. In fact, some of the sponsors have shared with me that my little story from a couple years ago helped or was part of the incentive, I guess, for moving forward with this bill. I don't know if that's the case, but I will share real quickly that if you knew me 2 years ago, then you saw me walking around in one of those shoulder slings because I had shoulder surgery, rotator cuff surgery, and all that. But just the very beginning of that, when I had fallen off of a garden wall and had my injury in the first place, got an x-ray at urgent care, and nothing broken, but that did not tell the whole story, of course. So my doctor says, well, I'm going to order a MRI because that's the only way we can see whether the tissue is damaged or we see things are torn. However, it's obvious that it has been because my arm was incredibly bruised at the time. So he says, I will put in for the pre-auth for your MRI. They will deny it, and then we will work with them to try to get authorization. And I said, what do you mean they will deny it? He says, they always deny. They always deny. And I go, well, that makes no sense to me, but at any rate, the short of it is that I just paid for the MRI myself. It wasn't that expensive. The insurance company was trying to avoid what was an $800 cost for them, $825 cost for them. For me, it was a $450 cost. So it wasn't cheap, but it told the story right away. And then immediately after the doctors seeing the MRI, then they got pre-authorization for the surgery. But how silly is that? That they will deny things just routinely like that. So, anyway, this bill, 1149, addresses that, and I hope that this straightens out what a lot of people have been experiencing, including myself, and hope that you will give it your positive consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time up here today. I don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe it's senioritis or something like that, right? A lot of young people in the chamber today. I have a question for anybody who's paying attention. If you make a deal with somebody, let's say you make a deal, you make an arrangement with somebody, and then they change the deal in the middle of the game. Since you agreed to your deal, do you still have to stick with it if they change the rules? After all, you made a deal. Yeah, it's interesting. Anybody meet my parents ever when they come to visit? This is definitely to the bill. Yeah, speaking of making deals, my parents were on the game show let's make a deal. I don't know if you remember that with Monty Hall, where you dressed up in costumes, and if your costume was crazy enough, they picked you to come down and make the deal. That's kind of what I feel like when I look at House Bill 1149 is, and the reason I say that is because like the entire General Assembly is already a co-sponsor on this bill, right? So coming before you and saying, hey, look, I have some common sense changes that I would like for you to consider to this bill. When everybody's already signed on as co-sponsors, right? The whole chamber is on as a co-sponsor. For those of you watching from the comfort of your living room, I will tell you that is a Herculean task to tell folks who have already committed in writing, in black and white, that they are supporting this bill, supporting it so much that they've put their name on it as a co-sponsor, basically saying, I love this bill so much that I want my name forever to be associated with it, to then come up to this, to these microphones and tell them, hey, you know, what you signed up for, the deal that you signed up for and put your name on isn't the deal at all. And if you think this is histrionics, if you think I'm just being theatrical, grab the introduced bill, just for fun. Grab the introduced bill, especially the corrected introduced bill. Scan it, and then look at the re-engrossed bill, because I want each and every one of you to know your name is on this bill. Just like it was on the introduced bill, it's also on the re-engrossed bill. So even though the bill is totally different from what was explained to you, totally different, your name is still on it. And which again leads me to the Herculean task. You've already put your name on the bill. Are you able, are you willing to support any changes if you believe in them? Or because your name's already on it and you committed already, is it smarter, is it better, is it easier to just pretty much ignore everything that I'm going to be talking about today? Because your name's already on it. Not to everybody. By the way, there's like 3 of you whose names aren't on it. So, first of all, kudos to the 3 of you. Gentlemen yield. Sure.
Minority Leader Lundin.
For the record, my name's not on the bill.
Senator Smallwood, thank you to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, for the record, the bill lists the sponsors and the co-prime sponsors, and the minority leader is absolutely correctly. His name is one of a handful of names who are not on the bill. And so, but it's not just those of you, the handful of you whose names aren't on the bill I'm speaking to. I'm sort of pleading to everybody, even if your name is on the bill, because here is my impression. And I wasn't part of any of these conversations, right? This is conjecture. But when I look at the introduced bill, my guess is this is what was told to you, is that we would like for you to consider supporting a bill that modifies prior authorization of benefits under health benefit plans. So my guess is, because it seems logical, that somebody came to you at some point and said, hey, how would you like to be part of a bill that makes this process of prior authorization really much, much easier for the patient? That's my guess. And when you phrase it that way, who wouldn't want to be part of that bill? Who wouldn't want to be part of it? Anybody who's gone through the prior authorization process, which I have, by the way, twice in the last 2 weeks, it's not fun. It takes time. Be a whole lot easier just to get all the care you want whenever you want it from whoever you want and for that care to be free. That would be way easier and a lot more pleasant. So as the concept was first introduced to me, the concept was, and if I'm reading the corrected introduced bill incorrectly, please somebody stop me, is that we were going to, as a state, create more or less kind of I think the term is gold carding. I don't know if that's accurate or not, if people still use that phrase. But basically, that there would be a designation for a handful of healthcare professionals that gives you, again, the term is a gold card. So if you're a physician that has proven a certain level of aptitude that exceeds that of all other healthcare professionals, that more or less you get a pass. That while those more pedestrian physicians, those of average skill, have to go through this sort of checks and balances system that health care has created, and they've created it for a number of reasons, which I'll talk about over the next few hours. But they've created this system of checks and balances. But if you have earned the gold card as a physician, you get a kind of an exemption, a get out of jail free card. That's a horrible analogy, but you do not have to go through the process that the healthcare delivery systems have put in place for you. So just on that concept alone, I can see why it has support. Because again, if you're a patient and you've gone through that and you wanted the MRI and your physician told you, oh, you need this MRI, you absolutely have to have it, and for you then to have to go to your third-party administrator or your insurance company and have the physician submit all those records and health history, they review it. Sometimes they'll come back and approve it, like what happened to me on Tuesday morning, or sometimes they come back and say, no, actually, we don't approve this scan, this scope, this prescription medication, this panel of labs, because of whatever reason. So again, on the surface, when somebody says, well, this will make things easier for you, they're absolutely right. Of course it does. And apparently, 2/3 of the legislators in the state of Colorado said, yes, I don't need to read what the bill is actually going to look like at the end. Sign me up. I want to be on this thing. So, to anybody who did that, let me tell you, that is not the bill that you're going to be voting on. There is no longer gold carding that happens mercifully. There's no longer this exemption that everybody is going to get if they've proven a certain level of aptitude above all of their peers. That part is not in the bill any longer. And the reason why I think that's important is because if your name was on this bill because of that, and why perhaps you may not be open at all to discussing any amendments, any potential improvements to this bill because your name's already on it, I feel that the deal that you made isn't the same deal, and not like you need me to give you the right to vote how you want to vote. Don't misinterpret this at all. But I'm asking you to consider it. And I know it's challenging. I know it's difficult. And it's a lot to ask. So first of all, take a step back. Do you feel that gold carding's a good concept in the first place? Well, why
why would we need gold carding? Well, what I've been told is, well, because prior authorizations, pre-service notifications, they're a pain. Nobody wants to go through it. And why should we when most things get caught anyways? Or excuse me, most things get put through anyways. Most times things get approved. And colleagues, I want to stop there for a second because that thinking to me seems just patently dangerous. Dangerous in that the thinking that why should anybody have to have their work double checked because usually it's right. I mean, we can sit here and create like 500 analogies of why that would be really insane. You know, if somebody came to you and said, Senator, look, we're looking to pass a bill that says, you know, any airline pilot who has successfully landed their plane 99 times out of 100 shouldn't need to go through any sort of, continuing education. It shouldn't need a physical anymore because these folks have clearly proven they can safely land an aircraft without anybody dying. Why in the world would we want to put them through all the pain, the torture, the agony of having to go through things like recertification and prove that they're still able to do this? And you all would laugh me out of this well if that was the argument I was making. In fact, I would say if I was proposing a bill that said any pilot who lands a plane without killing anyone 999 times doesn't need to go through any further certification from the FAA because 99.9 times out of 100, they haven't killed anybody. Again, I think you would laugh me out of this well because you would say, Senator, but on the off chance that things do get caught through a flight physical or through an aptitude test, don't we want to catch that? In case somebody could get hurt? In case somebody could get killed? I think that's what you would be telling me. And prior authorization and pre-service notification don't exist to enhance insurance company profits. If on the day I leave here, if the one thing that anybody can take away is, wow, Jim didn't know a whole lot about anything, but one thing that I did learn was that insurance companies, when they don't pay out claims, don't make more profit. Health insurance. I'm not talking about any other kind of insurance. I'm not talking about dental insurance. I'm not talking about work comp or life insurance or anything else. I'm talking for health insurance. If a health insurance company does not pay out 85 cents on every dollar in claims, they have to give that money back to all of their premium payers. The only way insurance companies make more money, in my opinion, is when premiums go up, which is why I've been here fighting this battle for 8 years. That's the way insurance companies make more money. They don't make it by denying claims. Health insurance companies don't make more money by denying claims. Health insurance companies don't make more money by denying health claims. Health insurance companies make more money when premiums go up because their operating margin is legislated by the federal government. Period. End of story. So please don't think that, hey, what we're doing here is going to really tick off the insurance companies because now they can't deny claims like they were before and they're going to make less money. Oh, trust me, the insurance companies are going to do just fine with or without House Bill 1149. This has nothing to do with profit margins or operating margins for insurance companies. Nothing. Prior authorization and pre-service notification keep people out of harm's way. I'm going to desperately try to not sort of overly discuss the fact that 31 years of my life have been dedicated to dealing with problems people have around health insurance claims, prior authorization being near the very top of the list. Okay? I fight these things day in and day out. And you may be shocked to hear how often medical procedures are ordered that shouldn't be ordered. How often medicines themselves, prescriptions, are written that shouldn't be written, that have contraindications, that are dangerous, have are experimental, not covered at all by anybody for certain procedures, are the most expensive, most dangerous course of treatment for the patient when we haven't tried anything that might be more logically attempted first for the patient. I see these all the time. Now, is it 90% of the time that I see these, where a physician, a hospital, a lab tech, a PA has made an error? No. Is it 10% of the time? Probably not. But does it happen often enough to where, even with my limited 31 years of doing this, that I look at that and go, wow, I can't believe that prescription was actually prescribed. Thank goodness somebody caught it, because that medicine is antiquated. That medicine costs a fortune, and there's a generic, colleagues, the exact same chemical compound. Only thing that differs, I'll probably let a pharmacist talk about this part of it, binding agents, fillers, that type of thing. What's stamped on it, the color of the packaging. Chemically speaking, it's the same. And doctors will still prescribe these ridiculously expensive brand name drugs that cost exponentially more than a generic or a biosimilar that's on the market. Now, does the doctor do that on purpose because they're a bad person? No, of course not. They got a million things going on. They're seeing a patient every 12 and a half minutes or whatever it is now, the average in this country. They have a million things going on. Is it their job to keep up with what drugs are now generic and what drugs aren't? Which ones now have a biosimilar? Which ones don't? Which ones have been found to actually have side effects that kill you if you have X, Y, and Z condition? No, it's a lot. Prior authorization, pre-service notification, quantity limitations, which, by the way, most of you voted for, these are put in place to protect patients. Are they an inconvenience? For sure. I am not up here, and by the way, anybody can come up and say, hey, what Senator didn't talk about is how we're inconveniencing all these patients. Yes, for sure, it's an inconvenience for patients. But that inconvenience potentially saves people from harm, saves people from getting sick, saves people from their medical conditions getting worse. And yes, I'm sure in extreme examples, it saves lives, but that is such a quintessential well-speech line that I won't insult everybody by saying it, that we're going to just save lives, right? No, but it is a good thing. I want to take a pause there on the pharmacy side, because a big part of this amendments that I have to introduce talk about exactly that. But want to make sure that those who have more pharmacological experience have a moment to chat as well about this.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank my colleague from Parker, one of my favorite beekeepers in the chamber, and my colleague that I will miss in Health and Human Services because he really adds to the wealth of knowledge when it comes to coverage for Coloradans, for health insurance. I voted for this bill, and I continue to be supportive of the bill, but I am concerned about the prescription drug part of the bill. And as I looked at the proposed amendments that might be coming and some of the language, it actually does make a lot of sense. And the reason why is it's very, and I commend, again, the senator from Parker, because the criteria that he is selecting to take a look at what should be still continued for prior authorization are the drugs that are really the problem drugs. These are drugs that are very high cost and yet have generics. They're also off-label uses. So since this has been my life calling, pharmacy, I thought I would share with you some examples of why using this criteria in the amendments would actually help. It would help patients get the right medication, it would help safety concerns, and it would also make sure that the patient copay is lower, because now health insurance companies use a co-insurance. So if a provider didn't know about a lower cost but equally effective medication and the physician picked the higher cost drug, the patient would actually pay more when there could be a more cost-effective agent. So let me give you just a couple of examples. Actique is a branded fentanyl, and I'm bringing this up on purpose. Actique came out in this kind of handy-dandy lozenge that you could just kind of like a lollipop, and you could use it for pain and for severe, moderate to severe chronic pain, cancer pain. The problem with that drug, it was the exact same drug that we had in other modes of action, but they tripled the price on it. And patients were having to pay that extra amount. What prior authorization did on that drug is it monitored that the patient was not getting too much fentanyl. It also monitored if it was being used for breakthrough pain. So as a clinician, you don't want to be using these heavy-duty drugs for breakthrough pain. That's where you can use generics. So there's more examples. As I looked at these and I thought about my career and when I was working as a pharmacy director in Medicaid, we had products like tramadol that ended up becoming a controlled substance. And had we not put a prior authorization on it, because we knew that patients were becoming addicted to that drug before the FDA did, had we not put a prior auth on it, we would have seen more folks dealing with substance use disorder. Buprion. Buprion is the generic of Wellbutrin. Well, all it takes is one article in one medical journal saying that it could be used for ADHD. It's actually not designed for that. So one of the reasons why I like these amendments is they still give the clinicians that are looking over the criteria, it still gives them the chance to take a look at what is off-label and what is not off-label. What has true clinical trials that are proven, and what is the latest fad? Can we rule out the latest fad where the drug rep has gone into the doctor's office and pitched the latest route of administration, whether it be a lollipop, whether it be a little sticky you put under your tongue? That's what happens with these. The other issue that I see that we haven't really talked about is just the exorbitant drug pricing. And this amendment actually helps us because it's tied to the average wholesale price of the drug. And the more we know about the cost of drugs and how they're increasing, the better chance that we will have to point out that pharma manufacturers are really making Americans pay the highest price of any country in the world. I wanted to point out one other one because we talked about it. We talked about it yesterday. Gabapentinoids. When gabapentin came out, I was a medical, I was at Colorado Access as a pharmacy director, and when the drug came out, it was being written for every kind of pain imaginable. Had I not had the ability to interact with the physician themselves, we would have had many problems with that drug. They were writing gabapentin for dental pain. They were writing gabapentin for all kinds of things that it is not approved for. So that's what worries me. It's really my only worry. It's my only worry about House Bill 1149 is that it goes a little too far on the prescription drug. And I am speaking very much in favor of the amendments that my colleague wants to run because I think they're on the right track. I know that we're in the minority on this, but it's something that I have done for my entire career. I know it to be the case. Whether you co-sponsored the bill or not, these are very good amendments, so I encourage that you adopt them.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Senator from Boulder County and her comments on this. So, colleagues, what you're hearing is that somebody who's supportive of the bill but sees that amendments may be valuable, particularly on the prescription drug side. So with that, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L15?
L15, amendment reading gross bill, page
Senator
24.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 15.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So I have shared Amendment 15 with at least one of the bill sponsors. I don't know that I've shared it with both bill sponsors, but Amendment 15. So remember what House Bill 1149 does is there's not gold carding anymore. Everything you were told about how these groups of doctors don't need to go through prior auth anymore and all that, that's no longer part of the bill. But what is part of the bill is that they're going to more or less, these are my words, start to study this, create a framework as to how gold carding might happen in the future and what are the criteria around gold carding. So Amendment 15 says, as you go forth and create this framework around gold carding, here's the things that we're not comfortable having physicians the ability to do. Currently, the bill says to prescribe any medication over, colleagues, I want to make sure you know you're hearing this correctly, $30,000. Okay? Anything over $30,000 might need to have prior authorization. My amendment says $5,000. $30,000, colleagues, that's an astronomical amount. $5,000 is an astronomical amount. If there's something out there that is potentially less expensive, as you'll see in this amendment, we want to make sure that if drugs are $5,000, that somebody is taking another look at it. That's number one. If these drugs have not been studied under the FDA, if these drugs present safety concerns, if not prescribed by a specialist, if there, and here's the most important part of this amendment, Amendment 15, and why I ask for your aye vote. If this medication has a generic or a biosimilar on the market, don't you think we might want to double check the physician's work as far as prescribing that? If it's prone to fraud, waste, or abuse, we all know what happened with the opioids when nobody was checking. You all have voted yes on bills that said there's going to be more physician oversight on this. You've all voted yes on that. You've all voted yes on the PDMP. I looked at your voting records. So with that, would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 15. If you love gold carding, you love everything that this framework does, this puts a little bit of scrutiny around the prescription drug piece of it, and would ask for your aye vote.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So speaking to the amendment, now that it's been introduced, I went and pulled the top 10 drugs that Medicare is really concerned about. These are the drugs that in President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, where we can negotiate with Medicare, I look at all of these drugs, and very few of them would actually be impacted by this amendment. So meaning they would still go through, there would be no prior auth. I'm looking at the list of drugs that is forecast for in the next year. Each year, CMS can pick 10 to 12 drugs to negotiate. I'm looking at those drugs. Out of 17, there's maybe 2 that would be impacted by this amendment. So this still allows the majority of the prescriptions to go through. What it's focusing on is the high-cost medications that have generics, have biosimilars, have another choice. It's also focusing on medications that are, as we call in the industry, abused. They are written off-label. That can be extremely dangerous if you don't do a combination. Again, the issue around all of this, all the macerations around all of this, is because Americans pay the highest cost of any country. And so we have to do everything we can to keep costs low. This actually would help us. This amendment would help us pick the most cost-effective medication. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Janal to Amendment L15.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to L015. I understand what the good senator from Parker is trying to do. However, when you talk about uses that have neither been studied nor clinical trials, nor approved by the FDA pursuant to the indications or the standard of care, a physician, no matter if they're specialists or if they're primary care, they have the ability as a physician with their medical knowledge to be able to prescribe off-label, and this is stopping them from doing that. There's nothing legally that would stop a physician from prescribing a medication off-label for a patient if they knew the safety and the efficacy and the possibilities that it would help that patient. So I rise in opposition to L015.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L15. I am kind of laissez-faire Lundin. I'm pretty much let things play out the way they're going to play out. I believe in the marketplace. I believe in wise people making wise choices, informed people who know their lives making their best choices. But occasionally you need to put some guardrails around things. And Amendment 15 here in this policy conversation about prior authorization pulls out a number of critically, you could call them fragile or possibly health critical elements, or elements where there is a greater degree of uncertainty, and says we should have a further conversation around this. It creates some guardrails. In circumstances where there's an average wholesale price of $5,000 or more per dose, seems like that's a pretty big deal that should be looked at more closely. If in fact it may be prone to uses that have neither been studied during clinical trials nor approved by the FDA. We went through a whole big deal around during the coronavirus circumstance where there was a lot of experimental things going on. There were a lot of ancient remedies that were used that seemed experimental as far as Western medicine was concerned. This would say that's a guardrail. If we've got something that's not known or discussed specifically by the FDA in their rulemaking process, then perhaps that should deserve more scrutiny. Another element that this amendment says is if it presents patient safety concerns, if not prescribed by a specialist. This is something where I'm always kind of needling my friends who are physicians, saying, look, you guys get away with making mistakes and then you just call your job a practice. You know, an engineer has to make sure the bridge does not fall down. He doesn't get to call his profession a practice. But on behalf of physicians, the reality is every human body is different. We're not quite sure what's going to happen. And so the wisdom, the crystallized wisdom that is accumulated in some of these individuals over time is critically important as they practice on pursuit of getting better and better. This particular amendment says, look, if there are safety concerns, if not prescribed by a provider with specific certification, then that should it should have more scrutiny. So on behalf of elements of the amendment of that nature, I rise in support of Amendment L015.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We asked for a no vote on Amendment L015. And here's why, folks, members, colleagues. The points raised in this amendment were already addressed through extensive, and I mean extensive, stakeholdering over more than a year, including with multiple health plans and patient advocates, and through amendments both in the House Health Committee and on the House second reading. So yes, I think we all understand that when a bill is introduced, that there might still be some stakeholdering to do. So over in the House, they did extensive stakeholdering about who gets to decide what medication is appropriate. Fundamentally, decisions about treatments and medications for a patient should be between the patient and their doctor. The amendment is broad and would return us to the status quo where a health plan administrator, not a doctor, health administrator somewhere out there in the state would be able to put up barriers and make decisions about a patient's medication. High-cost drugs are already addressed in the bill after extensive stakeholdering. Prescription drugs with an annual wholesale acquisition cost of $30,000 or more may already be subject to annual prior authorization under this bill. These are higher cost drugs, and the same threshold is used by the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, which you know isn't necessarily my favorite, but we worked with them. All other drugs can still be subject to prior authorization. So yes, we did extensive stakeholdering. Yes, there were substantial changes made because of that extensive stakeholdering on this bill in the House. This amendment's already been addressed. Ask for a no vote on L015. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment 15.
Amendment 15 has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment L17?
L17, amendment in gross bill,
Senator
page 24.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 17.
To the amendment.
Kudos to the senator from Fort Collins bringing up the piece about FDA approval. I agree with her. I took her comments to heart. I know no one here has ever referred to me as hard-headed, and not willing to listen. But I think that was an excellent change. Amendment 17 is the same amendment with the removal of that provision. Now remember, colleagues, what we're discussing here in Amendment 17 is not saying healthcare professionals may not prescribe these medications, they're not allowed to prescribe them or anything else. What we're talking about is in the building of the framework, which is all I believe House Bill 1149 now does. The bill you put your name on as far as gold carding and all of that, I do not believe exists any longer in House Bill 1149. 1149 is now building the framework of what future gold carding might look like. Pilots that, because they've landed the plane successfully without killing people, don't need to go through any more certifications from the FAA analogy. What I am saying, and I appreciate, first of all, who I would consider my friend, the senator from Weld County, I appreciate her comments about stakeholdering and all that, but what I think we might forget in this body is that I don't work in the Colorado House of Representatives. Colleagues, I don't work over there. I wasn't part of the House committee meetings. I wasn't able to debate bills on the House floor because I'm not a member of the House of Representatives. I'm a member of the Colorado State Senate. And on second reading in the Colorado State Senate, that's where people like me get to introduce amendments like this when they think that they're for the greater good for the citizens of Colorado. This is the forum. This is the forum. Many would argue this is the only forum. For those of you who aren't on the Health and Human Services Committee, this is your only chance, colleagues, unless you were invited to the stakeholder meetings. Were you invited? Were you invited to the stakeholder meetings? Were you in the House committee hearings? Were you on the House floor? If you weren't, this is your opportunity to have your voice heard. And colleagues, this is what my voice says. This is what my 31 years of only doing one thing pretty much every day from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed. This is what my voice says, is that if we want to gold card physicians, if we want to create this class of superhumans that are infallible, yet we have conceded already that we're going to put certain guidelines on those, which apparently have already been pre-stakeholdered, therefore my voice doesn't matter. But if guardrails were agreed to by people who I have no idea who they are, I would say there might need to be a little bit more guardrails. We're not saying, I'm not saying in Amendment 17 that a doctor can't prescribe these drugs. Doctor can prescribe these drugs all day long. But if we're going to say nobody is going to double check their work, nobody, and I don't even know why I'm the one here defending costs for patients. Why should I care? Do you know who the lobby is out there for patient costs? Who's lobbying to keep premiums down? Nobody. Nobody. There's lobbyists for everybody. There's nobody lobbying to keep premiums down. Show me that lobbyist. This is saying a 30,000-foot ceiling before somebody can double-check your work is, I would use the term absurd, but we don't use that word in this chamber. I would say it's simply too high, exponentially. Amendment 17 says, look, if it's going to cost $5,000 or more, which by the way is a really expensive medication, then you can't just arbitrarily carve out the ability for somebody to double check your work. That's all I'm asking for. If it costs $5,000 or more, somebody can double check your work. If it has safety concerns for somebody who shouldn't be prescribing this, but according to common standards, but does, or if it's one of those drugs that is prone to fraud, waste, abuse. We all know what the kids were doing with drugs. There's a reason why we talked yesterday about the fact that I can't buy Sudafed without talking to a pharmacist. right? We know that there are certain prescription medications that are dangerous. So why would we not want to have a simple checks and balance on those? And obviously, clearly, the most important one is if there is a generic or a biosimilar out there. I mean, nobody appreciates the work of the pharmaceutical industry as much as I do. Nobody. Right? There's a cure for Hep C. Who would have known that? Right? Pharmaceutical industry did that. But that should not give them carte blanche ability to allow certain prescribers to keep prescribing these ridiculously expensive brand name drugs if there's a generic or a biosimilar out there. And again, this amendment isn't even saying that they can't do that. This amendment is simply saying if they do, somebody's going to take a look at it. Is the sky falling, colleagues, with an amendment like this? You've heard from both sides of the aisle, from the folks who spend their lives dealing with healthcare and population health management, saying that, yes, I very much appreciate the work that the sponsors did in stakeholdering. That is fantastic. Great job. Kudos. I wasn't part of any of that. This is my opinion, and would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 17 in the name of patient safety and affordability.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to L017. And I thank the good senator from Parker for taking out the patient safety concerns if not prescribed by a specialist, on and on. But in 017, I'm looking at Part 5, and I'm looking at the medications that you're talking about, especially pain management medication, opioids, stimulants. We have a check and balance with the PDMP. Anytime a physician writes a script, it goes to the pharmacy, gets filled, it's checked by the pharmacist. It's also entered by the physician. So there's many checks and balances as far as fraud, abuse, those types of things. We've done this in many bills for the PDMP over the years, and I believe the good senator from Parker was on some of those interim committees. I'm not sure. I know he was in the health committees when these came about. The other issue I want to bring up is that sometimes generic drugs and substituting generic drugs for brand name drugs that have worked for a patient for years, switching them to generics may not have the same effect because generics aren't brand name drugs in the fact that they are 10% less of the molecule that's in the brand name drug, somewhere about that. Don't take me for the 10%, but they are a little different. There might be a different manufacturing, but if a brand name drug works, why would you substitute it to a generic when that may not help that patient? It may bring them backwards instead of keeping them healthy and on their medication that actually works. So I rise in opposition to L015.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Smallwood. Division has been called. A division has been requested. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Before anybody throws anything heavy at me, I withdraw my request for a division vote.
Okay, the request for the division has been withdrawn. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I am going to ask for it again. So you did not all come in here for no reason, I promise. I just want to get a moment to explain to you Amendment 17. I know a lot of you are still trying to catch your breath, running in from all over the place. So Amendment 17 that you're going to be voting on is dealing with what is or is not an exemption for the future framework being built around what may or may not be prior authorization requirements in the future. Amendment 17 is not saying anything about a physician not being able to prescribe any of these medications. The bill, as I'm looking at it, created guardrails saying, yes, some things might still need prior authorization or pre-service notification for, other things will not. I am asking you to add these items into the list of things that a physician may have their work, not necessarily going to have their work, but might have their work double-checked in the form of a prior authorization. And with that, would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 17, and I do request a division vote, Madam Chair.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L17. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L017 is lost. To the bill, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment for us to consider. Since you're all here, well, since some of you are here.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L16?
L16, amendment in gross bill, page 7 after line 13. And
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move Amendment 16.
To the amendment.
So Amendment 16 is asking for a little more even-handed approach on this. What you'll find in the re-engrossed bill that, again, almost all of you have your name on, even though it's a very different bill from the introduced bill, that was most likely, or at least hopefully, explained to you. The re-engrossed bill, when we're building the framework, and again, please don't read the entire re-engrossed bill. Really, that's time away from your life that you'll never get back. So I'm almost begging you to not read the re-engrossed bill. But if you have trouble sleeping and decide, look, since my name's on this bill, and I don't know what the re-engrossed bill says, I think I'm going to go ahead and read it. When you do, you'll find that in the crafting of the future framework of what might become gold carding in the future, you will see what is, in my opinion, a non-level playing field. Basically, what we're going to do, colleagues, is we're going to talk about in this building of the framework all of the bad things that prior authorization brings. None of the good things. right? We're not going to talk about patient safety. We're not going to talk about cost savings to the consumer. The stuff you would think that, I don't know, an actuarial report might generate had it been done correctly type of thing. And so therefore, colleagues, what Amendment 16, which I'm sure, because I'm not in the House, will be rejected, what Amendment 16 does is it builds that framework back into it. And yes, I dare to run Amendment 16, even though I'm not in the House of Representatives. Talking about that in addition to everything else that we're going to be gathering, as far as information, we are going to include things like the per member per cost impact that implementing a program by the carrier, the PBM, might have on monthly premiums. Again, because there is no one in the lobby that is talking about premium payers, I'm going to take it upon myself in Amendment 16 to say, is House Bill 1149 going to raise costs to the premium payers? Is it going to lower costs to the premium payers? Or is it going to keep costs the same? That's what Amendment 16 starts off by asking. Does anybody else here want to know if something that you're voting on is going to, let me be hyperbolic for a second, raise rates by 20%? Anybody here interested if that happens? If it raises rates by 20%? Anybody here interested if it lowers rates by 20%? I'm interested in both. The answer is neither one are going to happen. It's going to incrementally raise rates or incrementally lower rates, or it's going to keep them the same. So by asking for this information and by saying, provide also, please, the number and types of prescription drugs that the carrier PBM removed from its drug formulary. What drugs are we denying patients? Has anybody else here other than me received emails from constituents who are incensed, who are apoplectic about the fact that the new prescription drug affordability board is going to be yanking medications potentially away from patients in our state? Am I the only one that received those emails, or did anybody else receive those emails? If other people received those emails, then maybe we should consider, when we go through this research, finding out exactly what drugs are we taking away from citizens of the state of Colorado when we take them off of the formulary, which is what House Bill 1149 is building the framework to do. So those are the, and by the way, lines 23, 24, 25, the per member per month cost impact that a program by the carriers had on those monthly premiums paid by the consumers. I do not feel that my voice was heard in any sort of stakeholdering about the creation of this framework. And because of that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 16.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on L16. This is an amendment seemingly that would be supported by the carriers, but there's nothing right now preventing the carriers from doing this. If they want to put information on their website about anything, it's their website. They can do it. And there's nothing in the amendment that legally ties any impact of House Bill 1149 to the drugs that they would put on the website. So it seems to be a request. The amendment is urging us to put a mandate in place, but with no actual verification that the information placed on the website would be accurate in any way. So with that, I would encourage the carriers to do this. They already can. They don't need this amendment, and so I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Summit County on that. And the carriers can do whatever the carriers want to do, and the PBMs can do whatever the PBMs want to do. And I don't want to make it sound like I don't care about stakeholders in this process, but on this front, I don't care. I'm not doing this because the carriers want or do not want to see this kind of stuff. I'm doing this because I want to see it. If we're going to do it, I want to see it. I want to see whether or not House Bill 1149 increased costs to consumers. That's what I want to see. And I think you should want to see it. If your name is on the bill and you're voting for it, I think you deserve to know whether or not the law that you enacted lowered premiums. Wouldn't that be nice? If it lowered premiums? to be able to go out and tell your constituents, hey, I was part of this great House Bill 1149 that was going to be a gold carding bill, but now it's a different bill, but it'll be gold carding in the future sometime maybe, and it helped lower premiums. If you're worried that a PBM or an insurance company might not give you credit for lowering premiums across the state, wouldn't you want to be able to trumpet that? Wouldn't you want to be able to be part of the good guys? Wear the white hat? This is forcing them to tell you, you did a great thing for the consumers. Or is anybody maybe concerned that in fact what's happening is rates might be raised with House Bill 1149? Is that a possibility instead? And maybe perhaps that's what we're more concerned about. Because again, the insurance companies don't care, in my opinion. They're going to make money no matter what. Their operating margin is already part of your premiums, colleagues. They're going to make money whether this bill passes or not. What I want to know is, to the consumer, are we making things more expensive or less expensive? Would ask for an aye vote and a requested division vote.
The motion is the adoption of L16. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I didn't hear that. I apologize. Okay, a division has been requested. Yes. A division has been requested. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? The motion is the adoption of L16. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment 16 fails. To the bill. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised about the outcome of these votes. You think after being in this body as long as I have been, maybe it comes for those folks who had like 12 and 16 years where this ceases to be a surprise. So, a couple important things for you to know, particularly if your name is on this bill already, which is not everybody, for the record. It's just nearly everybody. What we can assume happened within the stakeholdering conversations was a discussion around when gold carding is created. And again, I know I'm being redundant, but there's people in the room who weren't here before. Gold carding is not part of this bill. Gold carding, the concept of gold carding is not, as I can see it, part of House Bill 1149. So anyone who was told, hey, if we pass 1149, then as a patient, things are going to be much easier for you because you won't need to go, there will be certain class of elite physicians who will no longer need to go through the prior authorization process. My hope is that something like that is what you were told. I have no idea, because again, I wasn't part of any of those conversations. Perhaps by design, I don't know, maybe. But if that's what you were told, there's a couple things you need to know. One, I believe that the general concepting of gold carding is bad. I believe that as a body, telling patients in our state that some healthcare professionals are so good that they don't need anybody double-checking their work, ever. Okay? Don't need anybody doing that. Don't care if it's doctors, don't care if it's airline pilots, don't care if it's dentists. We don't care what it is. There are some folks that are simply so talented. It's like papal medicine, basically. They're so good that they don't make mistakes, therefore there's no reason to check their work. I do not believe that. I have seen too many times over too many decades examples of physicians making errors. And by the way, I've seen twice as many examples of physicians' offices making errors. Not twice as many, exponentially more examples of physicians' offices making errors. I have seen examples of imaging facilities making errors, laboratories making errors, hospitals making errors. Okay? So the mere notion that we can designate certain professionals in our state as so good at their job that nobody ever needs to double check their work, to me is flawed logic, to my eye. That's flawed logic. I don't care how good you are. Don't they make airline pilots retire after a certain age? Why do they do that? Why would there be a forced retirement age for a professional? I mean, I suppose we could deliberate it all day long, but that wouldn't necessarily be sticking to House Bill 1149, although I do feel it's tangentially related because the concept is the same. The concept is there's somebody out there that's so talented nobody ever needs to check their work again. I don't know why we just don't take their licensing requirements away and just say you're free to practice medicine wherever for the rest of your career. But I digress because that is not what House Bill 1149 is about. It's what I think you might have been told it's about, but that's not what it's about. Now what it's about is about creating a framework where this might be able to be created in the future. And my concepts, my ideas, my thoughts, my opinions about what that framework looked like have been clearly, loudly, on record rejected by this body.
We don't like my ideas on this. So it's probably good that I was in the stakeholder meeting, because it sounds like I might have got outvoted anyways. But here's the other thing that you need to realize, colleagues, is that somebody should quickly tell me what title of Colorado statutes we're dealing with in House Bill 1149. Which title of statutes? Your name's on the bill. We should know what title it is. Is it unfair trade practices? Is it in occupations, maybe, since we're talking potentially about doctors in the future? Dealing with occupations? Nope, 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 nope. We are, once again, working in Title 10. Title 10, as you know, is insurance. So this isn't even talking about what a physician as a professional may or may not do with any sort of scrutiny. We are targeting insurance and only insurance. So the problem in working in Title 10, and those of you who have served in this body for more than a few months knows what happens when we create laws in Title 10. What happens is they affect almost nobody, because Title 10 only deals with fully insured health insurance products in the state of Colorado. So, if you were told, hypothetically, that House Bill 1149 is going to help physicians because they no longer need to go through this tortuous prior authorization process, one part that I feel like might have been left out, and if you're a doctor, I think you might want to double check your notes on this to see what you were told. Because, Madam Doctor, Mr. Doctor, if you were told that this bill at some point will build a framework around of which prior authorization will go away, it's only in Title 10. So if you, hypothetically, Madam Physician, Mr. Physician, let's say you're seeing a Medicare patient, somebody over 65 or who's disabled. Will the framework that's built in House Bill 1149 help that physician when it comes to dealing with the federal government and the prior authorization processes that are built into the federal government? Nope. Nope. So as a doctor, you better know if your patient's on Medicare or not, because let's say in the future this exemption around prior authorization actually does happen and gold carding happens. It'll happen for some of your patients, but it won't happen for your Medicare patients. But you might be saying to yourself, Senator from Douglas County, that's adorable, but you know, there are plenty of doctors who don't have Medicare patients. They don't see Medicare patients, or at least it's not a big part of who they see. Well, Title 10 doesn't impact TRICARE. You know anybody who's covered under TRICARE? Still going to be prior authorization under TRICARE. Anybody covered under the VA or know anybody who's covered under the VA? That's not in Title 10, colleagues. So there's still going to be prior authorization if you've got a TRICARE patient or a VA patient. How about Medicaid? Does anybody know anybody on Medicaid? If you look around as you're walking around the streets of Colorado, to roughly 1 out of 4 patients. 1 out of 4 patients, colleagues, are roughly in our state are on Medicaid. Is Medicaid part of Title 10? Nope. So what are we left with? What are we left with? We've got, how many people live in Colorado? 5.9 million? Who's got a good number? Round up to 6 million? Let's start with 6. So of 6 million people, and remember, I learned math in Kansas, so we'll go slow. 6 million Coloradans. 776,000, 750,000 are covered under Medicare. Almost 1.2 million are covered under Medicaid. So right away, we're taking out almost 2 million out of the 6 million Coloradans. So if you're a physician or you advocate on behalf of the physicians, know right away, here goes a third of the state that this law is not going to apply to, right out of the gate. And we haven't even talked about VA or TRICARE, knowing that those are smaller amounts. So what's left? What's left? Well, you might be saying, well, Senator, nobody ever comes up and says this when I ask it. I wish somebody would. If it helps one person, wouldn't it be worth it? Like, we're left with the commercial markets after all of that. So you might hear, or you might have heard when you were asked to put your name on the bill, well, this isn't going to cover Medicare, or Medicaid, or TRICARE, or the VA, but it's going to cover the rest of everybody in the commercial markets. Nope. Not even close. Not even close. It'll cover those who are on individual, fully insured plans in our state. I'm not sure of that number. It's under 500,000 though, that's for sure. So out of 600,000 covers 400,000 or 500,000 there. Small group, less than 400,000 there. And whoever is in fully insured large group, which is almost nobody, mathematically speaking. Because, as you know, at least I hope you know, after 8 years of discussing it, the vast majority of large employers across our state and the country are covered under self-funded plans. What we refer to here, uniquely refer to here as ERISA plans. And just the name alone tells you where those plans are governed. Governed under ERISA by the Department of Labor. Everything we do in Title X has no impact whatsoever on those folks covered under ERISA plans or self-funded plans. I would wager that half the people in this room right now are carrying Cigna health insurance cards as employees of the state of Colorado. That's my wager. Half of you are probably carrying Cigna cards. Do you know that's a self-funded plan? And if you did miraculously know that that's a self-funded plan, how did you know that's a self-funded plan? Other than the fact that I told you last year, and the year before, and the year before. How would you know that? How would a lay person possibly know that their Cigna plan happens to be a self-funded Cigna plan and not a fully insured Cigna plan? How's a lay person supposed to know that? Look on your cards. You probably have the electronic ID, or you have it in your wallet maybe. I have mine. Where on this ID card, where on this Cigna ID card is the stamp that says this is a self-funded ERISA plan and not subject to anything that the brilliant lawmakers in the state of Colorado try to do in Title X? The geniuses that are us. Probably have electronic card. Right? Somebody show me where on this card is the big watermark across it that says self-funded plan. Colorado legislators do not touch. It's not on there. It's not on your ID card. And again, I'm not I'm not trying to be condescending or anything like that. You shouldn't know this stuff. I hope you don't know this stuff. But if you don't know this stuff, if you don't even know for sure 1 year versus next, by the way, we've got open enrollment coming up in July. It means we're renewing plans. Plans are going to change. New year, new deductibles, new out-of-pocket maximums. Anybody know whether or not the state of Colorado is staying with a self-insured plan or moving to a fully insured plan? In all your open enrollment materials that you went through, in the checklist of things as you're enrolling in a plan, anybody remember that box checking saying, I acknowledge the receipt of attestation that I am accepting enrollment in a self-funded plan? Of course you didn't. And nobody else does either. Nobody knows. There's no way to know. Unless you're the person making the decision or paying the bill, there's no way that you would know. And so, colleagues, if this passes, and we're telling doctors that there are certain patients that they have that because they've received the seal of approval under House Bill 1149's task forcey thing, when the doctor has a patient come in and the patient drops off that insurance card, and the doctor is thinking to themselves, well, I'm sure glad that gold carding's passed in the state of Colorado because I'm a gold card physician. Therefore, because I'm a gold card physician, I don't need to deal with prior authorizations or pre-service notifications. You tell me, how is that doctor going to know on a patient-by-patient level whether or not they need to go through prior authorization for that patient, or if they don't? After all, they've got the gold card in their pocket. Somebody has told them they are exempt from doing prior authorizations. So you tell me, when the patient comes in and the doctor says, you know, I'd like to order this MRI, and I've got the gold card here, means I don't need to deal with prior authorization or pre-service notifications. And then the doctor is going to go to their staff and say, hey, I would like to order an MRI on patient XYZ. We don't need to do any prior authorizations. And the staff in that doctor's office, this is how I envision this working out, the staff in that doctor's office is going to go, well, doctor, I appreciate that, but I believe in my conversations with that patient, I think they're on Medicare. Aren't they over 65? The doctor will be like, no. I talked to the patient, they're not on Medicare. And the staff will say, well, are you sure they're not on Medicaid? I mean, almost a quarter of our state is on Medicaid. Are we sure they're? Yep, nope. I've got their ID card right here. I've confirmed they're not on Medicare or Medicaid. They have Cigna. They have Cigna medical insurance. And the doctor's going to be like, oh, great, Cigna. Well, I got the gold card. Don't need to worry about prior authorizations for commercial patients. And then the staff person is going to say, well, doc, do we know whether or not that patient is on a self-funded plan governed under ERISA, or whether or not this patient is covered under a fully insured plan? And you know what the doctor's going to say, colleagues? I have no bloody idea. Because nobody would have any bloody idea. That's what's going to happen. And so therefore, what is the staff person going to do? Well, I guess we have to call the insurance company. So everything we've been told since I've been down here about how we need to get rid of prior authorizations because it's taking all this time with physicians' offices having to get on the phone and call insurance companies and go through processes and all of that. We're taking virtually none of that away. Not on the first visit anyways. Not on the first visit. But it gets more diabolical than that. So let's say that I'm that patient, hypothetically. And here we are on April 24th, 2024, and I'm on a fully insured Cigna plan, and my doctor's office has already gone through all the hoops of, am I on Medicare, am I on Medicaid, am I on VA, am I on TRICARE? Nope, I'm with Cigna. Is it a fully insured plan or a self-funded plan? Nope, it's a fully insured plan. We called the insurance company, and we've confirmed that. So, nope, you don't need to worry, doc. Your gold card works perfectly in this situation. The doctor's like, great, I don't need to deal with prior auth anymore. Guess what happens on July 1st? A new change. Open enrollment, renewal. All the rules are different. You tell me definitively, did the state of Colorado, yes or no, move to a fully insured plan effective July 1 where all of you are going to be signed up for open enrollment? Did they or did they not? Of course we don't know. I don't even know. It's a trick question because you can't know unless you were in a boardroom, right? We don't know. So now poor innocent doctor and doctor staff is moving down this wrong conclusion that for this particular patient, for patient senator from Douglas County, right? Because I would never refer to myself in my first name in this chamber, right? We know the senator from Douglas County is on a fully insured plan. Our staff already went through this. We know how this is going to work. Order that MRI. Then we get the MRI back. Oh, wow, it looks like it was inconclusive, which did happen with mine, by the way. So 60 days later, we're going to order another MRI. We're going to have that done. Does the doctor and the doctor's office know health insurance well enough to know that my renewal date, my open enrollment date was July 1? Most people's, not most people, a lot of people is January 1. Not ours. Not ours. Ours is July 1. So you're telling me that the staff in that doctor's office is going to be savvy enough with every single patient, with the doctor with their fancy gold card in their pocket, is going to know for every patient that walks in whether or not they're on that insurance product, which very well may not have changed at all other than the funding mechanism, meaning it's moved from a fully insured plan to a self-funded plan. Because it ain't on the ID card. What else do you give your doctor? Do you give your doctor your certificate of coverage? Do you bring the whole summary of benefits and coverage to them? Here, doc, here's my stuff. Like, I don't know if the framework we built in House Bill 1149 applies to me or not. Colleagues, it's a very long-winded way of saying what we're voting for here and what is being promised is not going to work. In fact, I'm to the point with this bill that I'm not even going to encourage a no vote, which just based on arithmetic would be one of the most idiotic things I've ever done in this chamber. Maybe the second most idiotic thing I've done in this chamber. To encourage a no vote when we've already got enough co-prime sponsors to pass the bill and probably put it in the Constitution.
Senator Smallwood, we do know what, is going to be far from the first thing you've ever done.
That's
Idiotic,
fair, Mr.
appreciate
Chair.
that.
Fair. Might be the fairest thing I've heard from you, in fact, since you've been back there. This is one of those things, yet another thing, where we're making these big sweeping promises to a group of stakeholders that is going to not only not materialize the way they think it is, right? Like if, I don't work that closely with doctors, but let's say I did. And I went to a group of doctors and said, look, we're going to pass a bill, and it's going to build a framework to where you get a gold card, and once you get your gold card, you'll never have to go through prior authorization again. If I was a physician, after I'm done doing my 2 or 3 cartwheels, I would be like, great, what can I do to support that? If, conversely, somebody went to those physicians and said, hey, doc, here's the thing. We're going to run a bill, we're going to try to pass a law in the state of Colorado that will build a framework for some point in the future where you're going to collaborate with PBMs and health insurance companies to decide what should or should not be on the criteria for things that are exempt from prior authorization and things that aren't exempt. But Doc, I got to tell you, it's not for all your patients. It's only for 29% of your patients. So for, I don't know, for over 3/4 of your patients, it's still business as usual. Hey, but guess what? The bonus is, Doc, you get to figure out whether or not that patient is actually eligible for you being able to use those benefits or not. It'll still be your staff that has to go make those phone calls to figure this out. How many doctors do you think, after learning all of that, would still want to do those cartwheels? How many of them, after all of those discussions, would say, hey, yeah, this sounds like something that I really want to sign up for? And candidly, colleagues, if I can have a moment to be just a little bit flippant, when I look at pages...
As long as it's to the bill.
It is. I'm reading from the bill. From page 2. Sorry, that's the introduced bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for catching that. I'm reading from page 2 of the re-engrossed bill, lines 11... So the very bottom. And so, colleagues, here's the thing, right? I've been talking for a long time. You're probably tired. You want to move on to lunch or I don't know what everybody does in their free time. But if nothing else, read line 11 in page 2 and line 1 in page 3. Do nothing else. Just humor me one time and just read. It's 2 lines in the bill. It says, utilization management processes, such as prior authorization, delay care, which according to 34% of physicians surveyed nationally leads to serious adverse events for their patients. Do you want me to read that again? 34% of patients. Can you imagine a chewing gum commercial when we were kids that says, 1 out of 3 dentists recommend Trident? That would be the worst ad campaign ever. You're telling me 2 out of 3 dentists don't recommend Trident? I mean, that's what I'm seeing when it comes to the legislative declaration. So that alone should have triggered me that this is maybe a bill that requires a little more investigation, requires a little more thought. When 2/3 of the physicians are saying that it's not, 2/3 of the physicians that cared enough to complete a survey. First of all, we're not talking about all physicians. This is already like what we would call an uncredible pool in Business Statistics 1, which I got a D in, right? When you're picking a group of physicians and saying, hey, only those interested about prior authorization, please fill out the survey. And when you get the survey back, 2/3 of them say, yeah, this isn't a problem for us. Yeah. I appreciate it, colleagues. You're very, very patient. Appreciate what I think the sponsors did as far as stakeholdering, because certainly the bill is very different from the one that I originally read. I think you should be, even though you're not going to be, I think you should be a no vote on 1149 because you are creating, in my opinion, far more chaos than you are solving. And once doctors are truly informed of what this is creating, my prediction is that they will no longer support this and demand whatever is put in place in 1149 particularly the part that it resides in Title 10, is simply not only not helpful, but actually harmful to their practice, creating more work, not less, creating more patient disruption, not less, creating what would have been deemed to have been, no, go get that MRI. I've got the gold card. You can go do it, only to find out the patient switched plans, switched renewal dates, switched this, switched that. So now the procedure's done, bills are coming in, and guess what, colleagues? When the bills come in, who's responsible for them? You think the doctor's going to be like, oh, yeah, sorry, I kind of screwed up on that prior auth thing. Yeah, I didn't know you switched to a self-funded plan. We'll go ahead and eat that bill for you, Madam Patient or Mr. Patient. Do you think that conversation's going to happen? I'll bet everything I have that is not going to be the case. It's not much, but that's what I bet. So vote your conscience on House Bill 1149.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1149. All those in favor say aye. All those noes say no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. To House Bill 1252. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1252?
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Vihil and Bradfield and Senator Michelson-Janay concerning the continuation of the Suicide Prevention Commission.
Senator Michelson-Janay.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1252 in the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the report.
In the Health and Human Services Committee, we adopted conforming amendments. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
In this bill, we are continuing the Suicide Prevention Commission as requested by Dora, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1252. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Order. Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, the committee has met and has had a number of bills under consideration. Oh, will the clerk please read the report?
April 24, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1149, House Bill 1252 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1230, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 193, House Bill 1319, laid over until April 25th, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? No. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted.
House Bill 1149, House Bill 1252 is amended, passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1230, Senate Bill 130, 193, House Bill 1319 laid over into 425, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar. Governor's appointments, consent calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments. Will the clerk please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the Colorado Aeronautical Board for terms expiring December 19, 2026, Mark Van Tine of Parker, Colorado, to serve as a representative familiar with and supportive of the state's aviation issues, interest, and concerns reappointed. Stephen Lee of Parker, Colorado, to serve as a representative of a statewide association of airport managers reappointed. Trimby Sabo of Broomfield, Colorado, to serve as a representative of a statewide association of pilots reappointed.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 149. Oh. You didn't say it. I did say it. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I remove my prior motion and proceed to move for the consideration of all the appointments on the governor's appointments consent calendar, which include Mark Van Tine of Parker, Stephen Lee of Parker, Trimby Zabo of Broomfield for the Colorado Aeronautical Board.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is a confirmation of appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my earlier motion of having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 149.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 149. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please excuse Senators Lundeen and Van Winkle? And Senator Liston. Senator Baisley excused as well. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 149?
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Henriksen and Representative Brown concerning workers' compensation insurance for state employees.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 149 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 149. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Rich, Will, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 149 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please add Senators Michelson Janae, Cutter, Sullivan as co-sponsors. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that the Conference Committee on House Bill 1089 be given permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses.
The motion before the body is to grant permission to the conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1089 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Signing of bills. Message from the House.
April 22, 2024, the House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1089 and request that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representative Hamrick, Chairman Byrd, and Frizzell as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1089. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 17. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1308 and House Bill 1438, it's amended and printed in the House Journal, April 20, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1437, 1452, 1278, 1300, 1384, 1173, 1050, 1051, 1327, amended as printed in the House Journal, April 23, 2024.
Signing of bills.
April 24, 2024, the President has signed House Bill 1390, 1408, 1416, 1417, 1422, 1423, 1424, 1426, and 1430.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Zenzinger and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning modification of the effective date of House Bill 24-1421.
Appropriations. Message from the Revisor.
April 24, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1050, 1051, 1173, 1278, 1300, 1308, 1327, 1384, 1437, 1438, and 1452.
Announcements. Members, today is a very special day. Would the Senate choir please assemble to wish a very happy birthday to our Secretary, Cindy Markwell.
May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Cindy. May the dear Lord bless you.
Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Transportation and Energy Bureau meeting at 1:30, depending on the other committees upon adjournment when they wrap up. So maybe not quite 1:30, but we're meeting in 3:52. We'll be hearing Senate Bill 212, 214, and 1338, which will be laid over for action only. And then also Transportation and Energy will be meeting Friday upon adjournment to hear 1338 for action only, 1030 for action only, and then Senate Bill 95.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Education Committee is not going to be meeting today. We had one bill on the calendar, and that bill is going to be moved to Monday.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will first announce that there are some dope food trucks outside, and y'all should go and partake. But also are we doing upon adjournment committees?
Yes.
So then upon adjournment of the upon adjournment committee, whenever that ends up being, 15 minutes afterwards, The Senate Judiciary Committee will meet, hopefully in the old Supreme Court. If not, stay tuned and follow along on the boards. We will meet at some time in some place to hear 1450, 1124, and SB 205. Stay tuned.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will meet at 1:10 in our regular committee room, and we have 3 bills on our calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, tomorrow morning, 8:30, Senate Committee Room 357, Capital Development Committee will be meeting for consideration of Senate Bill 24206 pursuant to Senate Rule 42 and consideration of the transfer to the Capitol Complex Master Plan Improvement Funds.
Members, Senate State Veteran Military Affairs Committee will be meeting upon adjournment in the old Supreme Court. So let's say 1 o'clock. We'll be hearing 3 bills, House Bill 1273, 1236, and 1270. Any further announcements? Seeing none. Majority Leader Rodriguez. What's up?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 1:30 today. Colleagues, just to read some bills across the desk as they come to us from the House and from committees. No need to stay. See you all tomorrow.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess until 1:30 p.m. today.